Das ist eigentlich auch wirklich.
Nimechanjwa.
Karibuni sana. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to this year's edition of African Federation of Service, which is being held in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nyali. So you are most welcome. We have been given Wi-Fi facilities, so you need to get online. Wi-Fi written, posted for us. All there. Just turn on your phone and use it appropriately. We have the ocean is on the other side, so kindly don't stagger towards that direction. Move out in that direction. The operation inside. If you are a professional swimmer, you can go try. Otherwise, a few of us are comfortable with minimal water, especially rainwater. So if you are afraid of that kind of water, please don't go that direction. We have oceans inside. Go out to my left, to the right, then you turn to your right, you have oceans there. Especially meant for the ladies. For men, you can find the nearest bush out here. Help yourself there. But we have enough of them. Don't take the last one that I spoke. We have enough washing for us. So you are most welcome. Keep yourself free, keep yourself acceptable. We come from different parts of this continent and parts of the world. Make this your home. Make this your destination, a place where you can always come and feel like you are at home. So you're most welcome. We are running behind schedule and I want us to begin by prayers, and I want to take this opportunity to take us through in prayer. And his name is Apostle Joseph Bashishi. He's ministry called the Capital Worship Center here in Mombasa. So ladies and gentlemen, receive the man of God as he opens this session.
My name is already mentioned to you, Joseph. I come from Mombasa. This is right. So I'm not a visitor like some of us from Nairobi and the other parts of the world, but I was raised up here and did everything was good, all that stuff. And I didn't know that sometime down the line God would have called me into a ministry because of the religion where I was raised up. I never knew that I would become a Christian. I was not a Christian, so I did everything the other believers who believe in the other way to do. In other words, to put it straight, put things straight, that I was raised up as a Muslim, doing every stuff as a Muslim, taught Quran, doing every stuff. But down the line, my big brother got sick. When he fell sick, my dad sought for medication, both through the medical science and also went to Tanzania, to the Nyamwezi and the Nyangulo people, looking for how we can be snapped off from the mess we were put in. But all this went to no avail until a time a woman who came to preach in our home village, she was preaching, and she was not like any other preacher, because out of her I witnessed things that I had never seen since I was born. One of the boys who was staying with us and living in our neighborhood was called Abdallah Kuto, that was raised up as a Muslim. And so we were astounded as Muslims. But he was a cripple, he could not do anything, he could not walk, except by a wheelchair. And she passed by this woman, and something that happened as she was passing, pulling up the wheelchair across this woman, the power of God touched her. Touched him, and he jumped out of the wheelchair, and he is fine and well even today. He's one of our leaders in our church, and we thank God. That was the pivot of our turning around. That was the place of our turning around. And that's why I became a Christian, I became a preacher, and I'm still a preacher. Praise the name of the Lord. We have a church, as the man of God has said, here in Mombasa. We call it Capital Worship Center. So we'll be preaching and teaching, showing us people the way. Many people are being delivered and being set free. So there is power in the name of Jesus. Hallelujah. Traveling sometimes back, I went to Ghana. That's where I met the chief. Chief became my friend that day. We had a conference in Ghana, so I was ministering in Ghana, and he had also come to the same conference. And we became big friends. So he's the one who taught me about this meeting. Hallelujah. But above all, I want to say that the Lord is good. I just want to leave you with one scripture. I'm told that you have quite a tight schedule, so I don't want to preach much. I just want to give a word of exhortation in the profession that you have, because everything revolves around leadership. Everything revolves around leadership. So the unity of leaders, pursuing whatever goals they have, that will keep that and will bring the prosperity, the excellence of that depends on the unity of the leader. Hallelujah. The book of Isaiah, I want to speak about the book of Isaiah shortly. When you read in the book of Isaiah, chapter number 11, from verse 1 to verse 2, and possibly verse 3, the Bible talks and says, "And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots, and the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, and the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, and Spirit of counsel, the might, and the Spirit of knowledge, and of the fear of the Lord." Verse 3, "And shall make him a quick understanding in the fear of the Lord, and he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove from the hearing of his ears." Praise the name of the Lord. Hallelujah. This is a word of prophecy that came to the prophet Isaiah as he was in the land of Israel. Now this talks to me that the eye of the Lord was upon Israel. So everything that was happening and taking place, God was involved. In other words, even if he never got involved, because the people chose not to go with God. The Bible says, the Lord is with you as you are with him. So, for the Lord to be with you in whatever you desire to do and whatever you are doing, it takes all that, it is all about you. If you give him the chance, if you chance him, he will come and get involved in whatever you are doing, so that he get the glory that line, and it may work for your own good. So everything working for your own good, God desires to take the glory, not us to take the glory. So the prophet said, and of Jesse, that talks about it, a prophetic word, talks about what God intends to do with Israel. And at that particular time, when Israel was reaped yet on the, I think it was on the, which way do we go? Because at times also in business you realize things get tough, things get highway, and you wonder, what do we else do? I have known and heard of big companies that begins slowly and grows up to be greater things, but down the line then it shambles back and everything goes highway, and you wonder where the mistake was. But the issue is the unity of those who stood for it in the first place matters much. When people are united on a one purpose, on a one goal, they will always bring it to come to pass. Nothing fails. I'm reminded of the time that actually here on the earth, when man had sinned against God, the Lord left them. But still, when the Lord left them, the Bible says, those who remained, they desired to see God, and they felt that God was not with us. So they made up their mind. They said, we shall build a tower that we can be able to reach him. We know he's not with us, but we are going to build a tower to reach him up there. Hallelujah. And when they built the tower, when they were in the process of building the tower, God in heaven sat and said, if we don't stop this, no man can stop them. There's no person who can stop them. Praise the name of the Lord. So, and the way to stop them was to bring words of confusion, to make sure that they don't agree on principles. Hallelujah. So if anything has to crumble down, is when people don't agree on principles. This one has a different principle, the other different principle, it will crumble down. But thank God that we know in advance that where there is unity, then God is there, and there's nothing the devil can do about it. Hallelujah. So I'm glad to know that you have this organization. I learned about it when I was in Ghana. My brother told me, and I was like, wow, what an organization. So it's my prayer that the Lord help you to have that understanding, that is my association with my neighbor, it's my unity with my neighbor that will bring us to the ultimate goal and purpose for which we are pursuing. Otherwise, it's my prayer that the Lord stand for you, and as you stand for each other, the Lord stands for you, and you stand for each other to bring this as a great success. Hallelujah. So, I want to stop there. And finally, to say that I'm married to one wife, blessed with 3 daughters. One of the daughters passed on, so I'm blessed with 3 daughters. But the third one passed on, so I have 2 daughters remaining with 6 grandsons. So I'm not a young boy. Hallelujah. So I have 6 sons, grandchildren for that, because we have 1 girl, my grandson, and then we have 5 boys. So I want to thank God for all of you. I want to thank God for your unity. I want to bless God for my brother I want to thank God for my brother too, and every one of you that is in ship. The Lord bless you, and the wisdom be dawned unto you. You may reach to the goals and purposes of your life. God bless you so much. Amen. Can we pray together? Everlasting Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you, we want to glorify you. There's no other that is worthy to receive our honor and praise except thee that is exalted so high. Master, we lift your name and we bless you and we thank you for this time. We thank you for the unity of brethren, and we thank you for every one of us that is in this place. How we pray that you shall bind them together with the cause of unity, that you may, oh God, fulfill the purpose for which you have to bring them together, that honor and glory may come back to you, and it may work good for them in their destinies. In the name of Jesus, I pray for peace and joy and lovingness and kindness, Lord, to abide within them, that as they pursue it, Lord, your unity shall be the strength. In the name of Jesus, we thank you and we bless you. In Jesus' name we give you praise. Amen. Amen. Thank you, my brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We appreciate the man of God. Come on, we can do better than that. Thank you very much, Apostle Joseph. Thank you for encouraging us, and we thank you for what God is doing in your life and your ministry. Now, like I mentioned, we are running behind schedule, and there are quite a number of things that we need to cover because of the day. We have so much on our plate, and the time is not on our side. Now, I want us to take this opportunity to welcome the chairman of Funeral Services Association of Kenya. This is a man I have known for some time, for a long time. If you're looking for a man that can stand with you in times of crisis, and then you are looking at that man. You are looking for somebody that if you have purpose to do something, and you're looking for somebody that you can work with and walk with through the journey to achieve whatever goals that you have set for yourselves, then this is the man that you are looking for. I remember, just to mention a few things, I remember there is a place where he grew up, in an estate where he grew up, and people wanted to come and grab, as it is a tradition in this part of the world. They wanted to come and grab all the land in that particular area, and all the installations that have been there since pre-colonial era. And the man stood his ground. He went to the National Museums. He gazetted each and everything, including the trees in that particular area. So nobody can touch even a single tree in that particular area. Nobody can interfere with the roads in that area. That's because of him. So ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together as we receive a man that is referred to simply as Chairman Ezra Ola. Kindly put your hands together and receive.
Thank you, MC, for that introductory. May I take this opportunity to welcome you all in our 9th annual funeral conference. It's a great pleasure. This is our 9th annual funeral conference. We have been resilient despite the COVID challenges. We have never missed having our conference, because what we know in this industry is that once you understand what you are doing in this industry and the profession, then there are certain things that you need to look ahead of you. And since we saw that upon death, there's nothing that can interfere with any human being, especially those people who handle the human remains. Permit me to to recognize the presence of our head of government, pathologist, Dr. Johansen Oduor. It has been a long journey looking for him, but he's with us here, even though he's with us here for just a few hours, because he'll be leaving. For those who saw the news yesterday and even morning, you saw the work he was trying to do on a certain case. So he's always on the run, but we are really honored and humbled to have him here. Dr. Johansen Oduor is the patron of Funeral Services Association of Kenya. He is the behind this organization. And I want to attest to you that when we started, where we could not have somewhere to sit, he came and graced our occasion, and he told us that we can do it. Today, it's a proof and it's a testimony, and he can see for himself the number of delegates who are here, that actually the fruit, the seed that he planted, it has gone beyond Kenya, East Africa, Africa, and it's gone beyond, now it's global. And we really appreciate you for that. And through him, that's when now we came with the formation of African Federation of Funeral Services, where we have 20 countries who are members of this federation. Thank you very much for pushing us, and now we are still moving along together. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I also want to recognize the presence of our guest speakers. We have Dr. Harry P. Close. He has looked at the program. You'll see all his titles and the CV. He is from United States. He has been the just immediate president of National Funeral Directors and Morticians Association in the United States. Is now the national chair, the board of NFDMA in United States. Please can you clap for him? We also have Dr. Chomi Makina. He's the group CEO of Moonlight Provident Associates PLC. He oversees over 40 branches of funeral services across Zimbabwe, and he has branches in South Africa, Botswana, and Mozambique. He's also our guest speaker today. Can we clap for him? The list is endless, but let me also recognize Yongama, also our continent Africa representative, is from South Africa. We also have Madam Taiwo from Nigeria. She is the owner of those funeral services. She's doing wonders in West Africa. She'll also give us a bit of presentation. Dr. Edith Churchman was supposed to be here, but she'll be standing on her behalf. Can you give her a round of applause, please? She never came alone, but she came with a team from Nigeria. Can our brothers from Nigeria and sisters, can you just wait for us? We see you. Those are the team from Nigeria. We also have a powerful lady also. She's called Nomfundo Nkoi from Isepetelu group. She oversees over, I think, 123 funeral parlors, if I'm not wrong. She is from South Africa. She'll give you the background of her company. I don't want to mention, I don't want to say more. You'll just see what she's doing down there in South Africa. She didn't come alone. She also came with a group from South Africa. Can you just wave? Thank you very much. We also have our brother who said that we have never met, but we have been in contact all the time. But he told me that this time I must come round, even though he had a long journey. is all the way from Cameroon. It's called Mr. Ntondo Richard Mariel. He didn't come alone. He came with his son. He's mentoring him and he's putting him in the industry. Mr. Ntondo Emmanuel, welcome to Kenya. I don't want to forget the people from Malawi, led by Mr. Onesimus Karkazai. He is from Mutunzi Funeral Services. Can we just wait? He came with Mr. George. We also have a group from Lesotho. I think it's called Lesotho. Don't mind our pronunciation, how we call it. She's called Madam Alicia Mutsane. Thank you, Madam Alicia Mutsane from Lesotho. She didn't come alone. She came with a group from Lesotho. You are highly welcome. We don't want to forget also our, we call him Chief. He has done too much for this organization. Chief, I don't know what to say, but we are humbled since we met. He has been pushing our association to be in the world map, and he has done a lot for us. I cannot forget that when he came here last year, he is the one who initiated the issue of we need to recognize and appreciate our funeral practitioners in the industry. He came with an idea and with a concept that we bought from him, and he has been pushing all along. So I don't have any excuse other than to push, but I'll still tell him, please don't leave my hand, because you need to hold my hand still. I'm still in the teething problem, I'm still crawling. So just hold my hand so that we reach to the height that is expected. He introduced the African Funeral Awards, and also it's for the first time that we started appreciating our funeral practitioners in Kenya with known as Fusak Awards. We shall be coming to that, and we really appreciate him for his attendance despite all his work schedule, but he said he has to be with us. We thank you, our Chief Boikanyo. Thank you. He didn't come alone. He came with Tebelo Morin, with Moja Lefa, and Mr. Yongama. I mentioned Mr. Yongama as our Continental Regional Africa representative. Also, I don't want to forget the people from Zimbabwe. We have a team from Zimbabwe. This team is coming from a company called Nyaratso Funeral Services. This is one, I think, arguably in Africa. It's a funeral service which has got its own terminal yard at the Gabriel, it's called Mugabe Airport. You can imagine if you have your own terminal yard at the airport, you can imagine what kind of wonders they are doing in Zimbabwe. And they also have a branch in UK. So we really want to appreciate Mr. Justin and Lazarus Tedai from Nyaratso, Zimbabwe. Welcome. We also don't want to forget our guests from Kenya. We have our lady here, also a guest. She just heard about this association. She's a teacher by profession, but she said that she has something to share with us. And she saw that this thing, idea we can buy, yes, we have our normal way of doing burial, but she has another new concept that we want to hear from her. She's called Nora Olive. Karibu sana. Thank you. Our brother also, we also have from our organization, it's just arrived. It's called Mr. Chilson Wamoja. Thank you. We shall not forget our delegates from Kenya. They have come from different parts of our county. As I told you that we have 47 counties. We have Dennis from Mukowe. We have Regina from Kupa, Kenya. We have Mr. Olira from Kiminini. We have Madam Jennifer from Ukwala. We have Nicholas from Makweni. Stanley Wanaina from Naivasha Sub-County. Vincentia from Johannes Health Center. We also have Joseph, and we also have Beatrice, who have to be with us here. In those few words, I don't want to elaborate more. We shall keep on engaging as we move along. Let me now put the microphone down so that we enjoy our conference for this.
From USA, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Malawi, South Africa, and the ones I've not mentioned. I'm welcoming all of you to Kenya and Mombasa. I also want to welcome the delegates from local in our circles. I'm sure I've directed you so many times. Welcome all of you. Ezra has talked about the journey of Fusak, and it's been a tedious, slow journey, but we've succeeded. I remember the first time Ezra called me to this conference. It was, I think, in Kaloleni, Social Hall. Kaloleni is Islam. Most of us came from Islam, I'm sure. Those who were born in Nairobi. And in America, I don't know what we call Islam. Islam is the hoodlums, you know, where those ghetto boys stay. That's where we came from. So Fusak was born there. Progressively, it went on. Then we used to meet in a place in Mombasa here, but in a place called, there is a Travelers, isn't it? Travelers at there is a small city, a city which people wake up in the evening. It's called Mutwapa. But during the daytime, you're not seeing people. But when you reach 5, everyone has woken up, and they'll be up in the morning. It's an entertainment city. I think it's like Las Vegas Strip. You should take them to Las Vegas, or Las Vegas, just next door here. So we continued until it grew. So as you can see, we are a very strong team, and I think when I look at the title of the conference, we should change it to Reef International Conference, because it's truly international. What I've seen is we have a very good representation from all over the world, and they've come with a rich knowledge of what's going on in the world. And being that the world is truly global, I'm very sure that we're going to learn a lot about them. We'll be having issues, teething problems, and we have big brothers here. And the work of a big brother is to hold our hands so that in future we'll reach the level they've been. I'm very aware that in the first country, the first world, funeral is not funeral the way it is here. Just recently, in our world, when someone died, everyone used to run away, isn't it? Because you don't want to be associated with the spirits. You know, when you die, you become a spirit, isn't it? Many times, these spirits are evil. They are never good spirits. So, people, the dead bodies were not being treated very, very well. And I know in some cultures, when you are very sick and you want to die, that's a long, not right now, but in the recent, in the past, we used to be taken to a forest and dropped somewhere with food until the day we die. Then nobody will pick you there, and animals will feed on your body until you are finished. It's a culture which has been there for many years until we became a bit more civilized and realized that there should be what is called dignity to someone who is dead. Dignity means that you are treated with respect. You are treated as if you are alive until you are buried. So this one has brought a lot of glamour to these funeral services, and it has also brought funeral providers together to an extent that the providers are able to give the dignity that is required. The providers are also able to share knowledge so that there is what is called standardization in the service. What we lack in our country, and this is a challenge I want to give to Ezra and their group, is regulations. Regulations which mean that when you encounter this body, are you following some good standards which are acceptable all over the world? I know in our country we have many laws about almost everything, but I've not heard about laws on funeral. Are there any, Ezra? A funeral act? If I'm not wrong, countries like USA, many states have their laws on funeral. If I'm not wrong, I think you need to sit down with them, embrace them, and they help you see how they went through. I don't know whether Nigeria has the same situation. Do you have funeral laws? An act of parliament which regulates funeral, isn't it? Malawi? Any laws on funeral? There's none, because they are silent. South Africa? Are there laws on funeral? Ezra, you can see, we are lagging behind. We have laws on funeral, isn't it? So, why don't we have laws on funeral? This is why we need law on funeral, because to prevent unlawful things happening to someone who is dead, to prevent complaints of body parts missing, isn't it? So that when you have a law, people follow it, and they ensure that bodies are intact as the way they come. We are not conned. I know there are some mortuaries in which, as soon as a body reaches there, they pretend to have been burned. They just, because what they want is money. So, as soon as the body comes there, be it a police case or not, by the time these relatives go over the fact that their loved one is died, someone has come with a bill of embalming. No consent, it's not been done well, and there's also interfered with investigation. So, those laws are very important to regulate such aspects. In our country, we've been having laws, especially on postmortems and all that, but they've been very, very weak laws. But recently, the president happened to have signed a law called National Coroner Service Act. It's an act which will regulate postmortem services in the country. Currently, we are trying to see how we can implement it, and very soon we'll be having a coroner. When there's a coroner service, it comes with also other services. It comes also with funeral services, isn't it? And what you should know as an embalmer, as a mortician, is soon there'll be job opportunities. And in this world of competition, we look at what you've done all your years. We look at your training. We look at which society or organization you are affiliated to, so that you can say this person is enough to be in this service. So take note. Having said that, I will not want to say much. I just want to welcome all of you to this meeting, and I'll declare this meeting open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Kindly please let us give him another round of applause. Amen. That's a challenge he has given us, and we will follow it through. Trust me, next time we are here, we will show you how far we will have gone. Because I know Ezra is a fighter. And whenever you throw a challenge to him, he does not shy away from challenges. So Ezra, please note that. Next time we are here, we should come with a report. Otherwise, there will be no follow-up meeting again. Now, we also, in our midst, we have a very important personality from Zimbabwe. His name is Dr. Chomi Makina. Chomi Makina has a CV and a half. The man is all over. The man sits in various boards, and his net is wide cast. He's touching lives in a way that even baffles some of the people who are considered to be magnets in their own fields. And we are privileged and honored to have his presence here. He has graced this occasion. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to put your hands together as we receive Dr. Chomi Makina all the way from Zimbabwe. Amen. Please clap until he gets the mic. Amen.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Right. Sorry, Dr. Johnson. I'm putting on a suit in Mombasa. Right. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Johnson Adua, who is the government pathologist and head of forensic Kenya, the man who was standing before us. I would like to also acknowledge Dr. Harry Close, National Chairman, President, National Funeral Directors and Morticians Association, NFDMA USA. I would also like to acknowledge Angela Wekesa, I think in absentia, that's Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS Kenya. I would also like to acknowledge Yongama, Continent Africa from South Africa. Nomfundo Mkoi from South Africa, from Isebola. I was asking her when we were seated there, what does it mean? And she says, it means our plans. And I think she is fulfilling a plan very well. And then we've got Madame Tayo from Nigeria representing Madame Churchman from the USA. And then also acknowledge the chairman of Fusak and his team from Kenya. Also, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our brothers and sisters from South Africa, as acknowledged by the chairman, Lesotho, Malawi, my fellow brothers and sisters from Zimbabwe, Cameroon, and Kenya. When Mr. Fusak, the first Fusak president, Mr. Olakazra, contacted me, he said to me, I want you to be the guest of honor. I said, but we've got our Dr. Johnson there in front of the program. And he says, no, I want you to be the guest of honor. So I said, what am I going to talk about? And he says, you can talk about anything. I said, tell me something. What is it you want me to talk about? And he says, I want you to talk about ethics. And I think the good doc has been talking about ethics all along as he was presenting. So I'm extremely overwhelmed to get this opportunity to address you all on this auspicious occasion of the 9th edition of Fusak Annual Convention. I feel proud to be standing with the elite of our profession, the funeral industry profession. I'm honored to have you all with us. Fusak has chronicled success every year that this convention has been held. with the advent of COVID-19 behind us, we stand to thank God that we are able to meet again and interact for the betterment of our noble profession. I think like the apostle said, it has been God. I think all of us before COVID, we thought we were going to die. You know, as I was coming here from Harare to Lusaka, I was seated with 3 gentlemen. The other guy near the ale was coughing, he was sneezing, and he was wheezing. And then the guy in the middle asked for the waitress, air hostess, and asked for masks. So the guy brought masks for us, the air hostess, and we put on our masks. And so, as I was coming to Mombasa from Nairobi, I thought I was very clever. So I left my mask. This guy I was sitting with was worse. This guy was drunk, he was sneezing, he was coughing, everything about COVID, all the signs of COVID were on him. And my mask was in the pocket. And I was very shy to remove it from the pocket and put it on my mouth, so I enjoyed. But I thank God, we want to thank God that COVID, we are not as fearful of COVID as, yes, it is there, but as it was in the beginning. You know, the stigma which was attached to it. Right. So I would like to take this opportunity to officially congratulate Mr. Olake Ezra, the president of Fusak, for his appointment to AF and manage a funeral home. I think presenters will really present that one and tell us how we can successfully run our funeral homes. The improper use of formaldehyde in body preservation and carcinogenous implications on its use, right? So we're looking at formaldehyde, formalin, and whether it causes cancer or not. We've got lessons from other nations where they have cancer-free formaldehyde and so on. So I think that is going to be discussed in this forum. So I will dwell on one topic or issue which I feel our profession needs to take care of. That is the issue of ethics in funeral service provision. I will give examples. I've been doing this business for the past 28 years. So I will give examples from my company. I don't want to give examples from other people's companies. You, as you sit down there, you give examples of your own company, whether it has happened to you or not. If it has not happened to you, it is going to happen to you in the near future. And you must have solutions to how to deal with it. In my organizations, in 2000, we bought a company called Mashford in Zimbabwe. The company was run by white people, and they ran it for, I think, 45 years when we bought it. Now, 2000 to 2022 is 22 years, right? And so it's over 67 years, 70 years in operation. It's that company. So one day I went to the branch in Mutare outside Harare, and when I reached the place, that is very, you can see that. When I reached the place, this lady, white lady, said to me, she was a mortician, she was the undertaker, she was also the manager in charge of the branch. She said to me, these are sandwiches for my white clients, and these are sandwiches for my black clients. So the sandwiches she had for the white clients, there was bacon inside, there was cheese and so on. And for the Africans, it was plain. So I said to her, why do you do that? I said to her, as where I'm coming from, the ground is level at the feet of death. It doesn't matter if it's a white man who has died or it's a black person who has died. The ground is level. These people are the same. So, from her side of the story, was it immoral? Was it ethical right that she has that set up in the branch? But at the end of the day, I ended up firing her because she was not consistent with what I believed. I fired her. And when we inherited also the company, there was one undertaker. There were 2 Koreans who died. There was a shooting incident. The 2 Koreans died. And one of the undertakers undressed these guys in the mortuary, took their clothes, put them on, including the shoes which belonged to the deceased people. And he was seen crossing the street, and somebody took a photo of him. So just imagine this thing coming out of the newspapers. How does it look like? Is it moral? Is it immoral? Is it ethical? Should we do that as funeral practitioners? Right. And as I was leaving, as I was about to leave, not really leaving, as I was ethical standards and values, identify and evaluate alternative courses of action, and follow through on their choices. They are also better equipped to defend their decisions. So first of all, unfortunately my slides are not there. We need to recognize that there's a problem. If there's an ethical problem in the organization, we have to determine the person who is going to solve the problem or determine the actor. We have to gather the relevant information. Sometimes it's no good if you hear about a problem in your organization to rush to give answers. And you can give answers which are not correct. You need to research and find out what is the relevant fact. Test for right versus wrong issues. Test for right versus wrong values. You can apply ethical standards and perspectives. Always have to look for a third way. Sometimes there is your employee's way, the client's way, and then you have to look for a third way in order to solve the problem. And at the end of the day, I think a decision must be made concerning whatever has happened. You can always revisit and reflect on the decision. So, ethics for funeral professionals. Ethics in funeral boils down to doing what is right on behalf of the family. And in so doing, the funeral professional must take into account all the considerations that affect the situation before them. That means that the funeral professional should be honest and not lie, should not misrepresent themselves, the funeral home or anything they are selling, and should not deny the family they save the best professional funeral that can be delivered, regardless of the circumstance. As funeral professionals, the deceased body is a big part of our job. Even if you solely meet with families and do not ever actually come into contact with the dead body, you are still dealing indirectly with the deceased. Many elements come into consideration when we discuss ethics in relation to the deceased human body. If there is ambiguity in this area, it is not in the belief that dead bodies should be shown respect. The ambiguity lies in what constitutes disrespectful actions. What disrespectful actions can we show of a deceased body? Are we showing to the deceased body or we are showing to the family? What kinds of behaviors in the presence of a deceased human body do you feel are disrespectful? What about swearing, laughing, smoking, eating or drinking? Comments about the body, physical abuse. We have heard that undertakers also abuse the deceased bodies, right? Listening to music, watching television, telling jokes. What if you do not put your best effort into the embalming or fail to correct mistakes you might have made in the treatment of the deceased body? Can you think of other behaviors that might be disrespectful in the presence of a deceased human body? So there are professional procedures. When performing any professional procedure on a deceased person, whether it is during the transfer, embalming, restorative art, casketing, or disposition, ethics requires that nothing less than your best professional skills should be utilized. When a family entrusts the body of a loved one into your care, they have a right to expect you to use the time and procedures needed to care for the body according to the accepted standards of the profession. So whether you're removing the body, whether you're embalming, I think it's important to respect even the body. Any personal belongings such as jewelry, money, or clothing found on the deceased should be removed, itemized, and given to the family. We had one white undertaker, I'm talking about, from the company which we bought. For the African funeral, for the African bereaved people, you would allow them to come to the funeral home. But for the deceased whites, you would drive to their homes. So when you went to, usually you would visit the widows who have died, those who used to stay alone. And then he knew that these people had jewelry, they had expensive belongings in their houses. So he would be the first to arrive there for the removal. So they did auctioning these things. So is it immoral? Is it ethical? Must we do that as undertakers? Steal from the dead? What about if they visit you during the night wanting their jewelry? Are you going to give them? So because of his or her professional status, the most critically important aspect of this was with the reason to be present should be in the preparation room. You can't ask visitors to say, come and you see me embalming this person. It becomes unethical and unprofessional. So confidentiality is of the utmost importance in our profession. So no information about the condition of the disease, the procedures performed, or pre-existing conditions should be given to anyone except immediate family or the proper authorities who have a need to know. So I think professionalism should just be the order of the day. So in short, all advice given is for the benefit of the consumer, not the funeral home. Do not, as an ethical funeral professional, offer advice to the family that does not benefit them. Do not try to upsell them so that they spend money they do not have for service they did not request. Advising them to do things they do not offer the same services and advice to each and every family you work with. Provide information that is knowledgeable, honest, factual, and up to date. Be sure, as a licensed professional, know the laws regarding things like burial, cremation, etc. So you can best assist the families yourself. Be knowledgeable in your profession. So, handling complaints, I think he mentioned the issue of complaints. Complaints are not a crime. If a client is coming to complain to you, they are not committing a crime. They have got an issue which you need to look at. So why do many firms go into denial mode when confronted with a distraught family? Ideally, you would manage your business in such a way that a valid complaint does not occur. However, that is most likely impossible. If a funeral home has never had a complaint before, there can always be a first time. So in our organizations, besides the mission statement, the core values and so on, we might also need an ethical code of conduct. How are we going to be morally responsible or ethically responsible to our client? Conclusion. As we have seen, ethics can be complicated and there are a number of factors to consider in almost every decision you make. When in doubt, the best practice is to return to the theme we have discussed over and over again. As an ethical funeral profession, do what is in the best interest of the family you are serving. During the course of your service to each family, you come to know what they want, what they expect. As an expert at what you do, and as a funeral profession, you should know what is in the best interest. Forget about the extra work you might have to do, or the hoops you might have to jump through. Your commitment to what is in the best interest of the family is paramount in your request to become the best ethical funeral professional you can be. Let's reach the El Dorado as professionals in this profession. I'll end by a story. I always tell this story whenever I do a presentation. There was a wise old man. He would answer any question you would ask him. So one wise young boy went to this wise old man with a small bird. You know those small birds you can put in your hand, and you put it in your hand, and if it's alive, it won't die. So this bird was alive in the hand of the young man. And he said to the old man, "Old man, old wise man, is the bird in my hand dead or alive?" And the old man looked at him steadily in the eyes and said to the young man, "The life of the bird depends upon you. It's in your hands." The young man wanted to do this. If the old man would say the bird is alive, he would press his hand and kill it. Say, "Old man, you got it wrong." If he would say the bird is dead, you would let it go. So the life of the funeral profession, ladies and gentlemen, is in our hands, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. Let us continue giving him some round of applause. Now you know the life of your organization is in your hands. Whatever you do with it, that is entirely your decision to make. Now, we will be breaking for tea break shortly, and because we are behind schedule, our tea break was supposed to begin from 10:15 a.m. to 11 a.m. Now, how much time are we giving ourselves? Because we need to redeem time. What time do we come back again? Or we come back as scheduled? All right. Now we'll take our break. Like I told you, I mentioned earlier, we have the restrooms on my left, of course on your right. Then you turn to your right. Then there's some tea for us there. They will serve us there, and then we will be coming back at exactly 11 a.m. And so let us observe time. Let us interact. Try and make some new friends. Don't just hang around the people you already know. Try and know somebody else. Try and make some networking. So you are all welcome. So just begin moving towards that table for your tea, or you walk out a little bit and then you come back again. Sorry. And immediately after tea, we will all gather here for a photo session. We need to, behind there, right behind this building, we'll assemble there to take a photo, a group photo, so that we immortalize this occasion. You're most welcome. Just take your time, go out if you need to, or you just walk to the table there.
So how are you guys? How is it in Delhi? So you run a business in Madras? Okay. So you work there. How is the environment there? How is the market? And the stigma working in a funeral, it's always there. Yeah. So do you operate across the whole of Nigeria, or it's in one state?
Oh yes.
What is the structure of the industry? Is a funeral players? Do you have insurance policies? How do you save clients? Okay, so the funeral company, you then rely on the insurance, on the life companies, the ones that sell policies. So they tie their policies to your services. From Zimbabwe, yeah, but I'm working in Malawi. Yeah. So in Zimbabwe, the industry is quite big because we have funeral insurance companies. So they are allowed by regulation to underwrite their policy book. So if you have funeral insurance company, you can actually sell policies. Yeah, and then offer funeral services.
Oh, no, offline.
So it's more like it's integrated. Yeah. So if someone is taking out a policy, they know exactly what services they're going to get. Yeah, so we then package your products. Yes, so the funeral insurance company owns the funeral home. Yeah, but it also owns the policy. Yeah. So we sell policies to the market, and those policies, upon claiming, then they get funeral services from the company. Yeah, so the client only have the option of getting cash and then search for service provider.
So you can just provide
Exactly. So the idea in the market is you must have a sizable book. So the profit for the business comes from the underwriting profit. The underwriting profit. So you have to write more clients, they pay more premiums, and then you save them on the claim side at a minimal cost. Yeah, so that's how you become profitable. Then in Malawi, that's what we're trying to introduce as well. But basically, it's more of a cash funeral business where the life companies and the funeral companies separate. So the funeral players are largely those that wait for clients and then wait for clients to walk in, or you have relationships with companies. Yeah, but we recently introduced the funeral insurance product, where it's a policy that offer services through our business. But a life company underwrites that policy. That's how it's structured. Interesting.
So how do you like the campus? Where's your first time?
Yeah, it's my first time. That's good. I think in Mombasa, because it's coastal. Nigeria also got a coastal.
Pardon?
Nigeria also have a coastal. You also have a coastal.
Yes.
So this is quite familiar, right?
Kind of.
Kind
You
of.
have to go like kind of out
Okay. Okay.
to experience
To experience this. Okay. That's good. I mean, it's a beautiful country. Kenya, I think also the size, it's quite big. Economically, I think, it's the big city, big country for East Africa. Just like how Nigeria is in North Africa, West Africa, yeah. So it's quite an experience. All right, see you later. All right.
Always have best.
As we take our tea, kindly we can walk outside. Just behind here, we take a group photo overlooking the Indian Ocean, because our pathologist is just about to leave. He has just some few minutes, because he would be with us here the whole time. So I'm kindly requesting, as we take our tea, we can just walk outside behind this building and we take our group photo session. Thank you.
Are you my friend? All of you is more beautiful.
Alright, speaking Setswana? Oh, Setswana, yeah. Hello. You are a homeboy.
You see that? I thought it was. Now, you saying it, I know it's hard. It's like when we came to South Africa, believe it or not, it was winter, and we're sitting here trying to figure out why we're cold. Yeah. That will not happen. Every day you have to figure cold. I knew we're cold.
deve ser correlata a casa, perché pure questa la che è moderna che lei.
unfortunately, there's only and it was just yeah, but we are very sorry about that. Is everything okay? But where are you staying? Where are you staying? But your wife is whether they are from where in around Babatia, the villages around Babatia. Where are you but when you come here, but now and when you come South Africa, there is no way that you can South Africa to come and spend about 1 day. This Monday, this week, and this just been off in Tanzania. Yes, no, yes. Yes. There remains, yes. Don't worry. Actually, we are going to push it. Everything will be okay. Super.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again. I hope you had a wonderful tea break. I hope you've met one or two other new friends. We want to get to our next session. And we are honored, we are privileged to have CEO and founder of, forgive me for not being able to give the correct pronunciations. Please do not crucify me for saying something that is not anywhere near that pronunciation. But I'll read it as it is written. Isboletu, or Isboletu, from South Africa. So we are honored to have a gracious lady, the founder, CEO of more than 10 companies. Was started from scratch in the year 2009. It has more than 140 branches spread all over, and more than 1,800 employees. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to give her a round of applause, and I want us to stand. Let us give honor to those who honor is due. Let us all stand. All clapping and let us please receive Nomfundo Joy.
was often a challenge. Our core values, to act with honesty and integrity to ensure that our clients always come first, are the foundations on which we are built. Now, 13 years later, we have grown into so much more, expanding beyond funeral and burial services into a brand that does life with our clients. We cover every aspect of clients' needs, and we are strong for them when they need it most. Working with our trusted partners, we do some of our most important work, repatriating South African and SADC members living abroad, bringing our clients' loved ones home for their rest. We are guided in these endeavors by our motto, we do life with you. But this is so much more than a motto to us. It is the beating heart of Ixekwethu. In 2015, we established the Ixekwethu Foundation to uplift, empower, and facilitate positive change in the communities we serve. Our core vision is the driving force behind our excellence, and our plan for achieving that remains the same to this day, to be the center of excellence in the funeral industry, to ensuring that our clients always come first. Ixekwethu, we do life with you.
Program Director, Chairman of Fusak, Mr. Oleg Ezra, the leadership of Fusak, all doctors present, and all delegates coming from different countries, good morning. I feel so bad about the name because people struggle to pronounce our name because it is a Zulu name. That is how we pronounce it, it's our plan. That's what it is. So we have Ixekwethu in the UK. When we got to the UK, we had to teach some young white lady how to pronounce our name. It was such a mission to do that. She couldn't as well. Just imagine a company with a receptionist who can't even pronounce the name. So maybe in the near future we need to think twice about it. But some say ice boletu, because it's like ice. It becomes better. It depends how you want to say it. Firstly, I would like to thank Fusak for the opportunity they've given us as a brand to speak today. There are so many brands in South Africa, but you chose us. Thank you for that, Mr. Ezra. From South Africa, I come from an organization called SAFPA. SAFPA stands for South African Funeral Practitioners Association, where I'm also the chairperson in the province of KZN, where I come from. So within SAFPA itself, there are so many other pillars, but you chose us as Iceboletu to come and speak in Kenya. Thank you very much. We are really grateful for that. For Fusak, thank you for organizing such a very good and very informative conference. Honestly, well done to this. When I look at the entire house, it represents a lot of professionals that are in the funeral industry. Well done on this. And how you even conduct the conference, timekeeping, all of that, well done. I've seen conferences where people take, just for tea, where they're supposed to take 30 minutes, they take like an hour. So what I see today is honestly, it is professionalism at its best. Thank you for that. And for how you conduct the entire organization, thank you. We met in Zimbabwe. When we met in Zimbabwe, Ezra, I didn't know I would see such excellence when I come to your country, when you invited me to come and speak at this conference. I will definitely come again. Kenya is such a very warm country, not weather only, but the people are very warm. We landed last night with my team from South Africa. It was such a journey. We had to wait at the airport. The flights were late, but the people were very warm and very welcoming. And the hotel too. Thank you for such hospitality. Why I'm standing here this morning? I'm standing here to present just a short presentation. It's got so many slides, but I won't go through all of them because I will be sharing it with Ezra. Ezra will share with everyone present, so that you can just look at them later at your own leisure, at your own time. And I'm here to come and motivate and encourage undertakers in this room to build such organization as the one that maybe even better than what I've built as Iceboletu with my team. My team and I, we've gone a long way building this in the funeral industry, and to offer services equal to none in order to propel strong growth for our company. That is our vision. We're very clear from the beginning. And all that we do with honesty and integrity. You can go through all of those and provide a zero defect service to all our clients, ensure that our clients, for those that are core, and those that we call core business, that are pillars of the business. One, it is the funerals. Next slide. The funerals in the UK. We've got the company in the UK as well. We've got memorials, where we've got memorial parks, and we've got tombstones, we've got burial services, and we've got catering. Those are core businesses. And then we've got supporting subsidiaries, where we have our foundation, we have a group academy that we use to capacitate our staff. We've got properties and investments, security services, and cleaning as well. So those are all the companies that Iceboletu represents presently. Our national footprint in South Africa, in Gauteng, we've got 5 branches. We've got 1 big mortuary in Joburg, and 1 memorial park. In KZN, we've got over 100 branches in KZN, and 1 memorial park as well. We also have an office in the UK as well. And we've got a network of other funeral parlors across Africa because we do a lot of repatriation within our brand. So in the SADC region, we've got partners in each country. And here in Kenya, we are here also to establish more partnerships as well. So that, because you know in South Africa, there are a lot of foreigners that are in South Africa, and at the time of death, they would want to come back home and be buried in their home country. And that's the journey of Itsebolethu. Itsebolethu started in 2009 up to 2022. Those are what we've developed along those in those years. You can read that later. And then the next slides, they just represent, they just tell you what each company does. That is Itsebolethu Funerals that I explained. It's the funerals, it's web policies. Policies, we have more than 500,000 clients presently as a brand. Itsebolethu Funerals. The next slide shows Itsebolethu burial services. Our loved ones. In South Africa, we bury at least about 1,200 per month within our brand. That is done by Itsebolethu burial services. And then we have got tombstones. You can imagine all those people that we bury for, half of that we can even stones for them. We've got also a tombstone cover amongst our products. So that tombstone business does that. And then we've got funerals, UK. We offer policies to all SADC nationals in the UK, do repatriations for them. That's where we started in the UK, but our aim is to go beyond UK and see ourselves being global players. Business offers that. Security services offers security services for all our branches and beyond that as well. And properties that are owned by Itsebolethu. We own most of our properties where we've got branches and mortuaries, and they all go under the, they all sit under the properties business, and we're looking at growing that portfolio and making it very stronger and bigger than what it is today. And what is good within that properties business is that it has grown to beyond 100 million. That portfolio, we want to double it, and all our properties that we own, we buy them cash as well. We don't want to be buying them on a mortgage or something, which is very good for our brand, and it makes our balance sheet look good. And then our fleet as well, we've got a fleet center in South Africa where we keep all our cars. It's run professionally. We've got systems that control our fleet, and yeah, we're known for our beautiful fleets in South Africa as well. Memorial parks, I've mentioned, we've got two, one in Joburg and one in Durban. Yeah, we are busy developing them, to assist our clients, because especially in Durban, we are, in KZN, we are running short of our off-burial space. And then Itsebolethu cleaning, that one is for making sure that our branches look the part, because it's very important how you look, how your branch looks. Your clients have confidence, it gives your clients confidence to see that the branch looks good. And then Itsebolethu Academy. That academy, we use it to capacitate our staff for when we onboard new people. That's where they go to get training, training about our brand, about everything, and also about what they're coming to do to the brand. So the academy plays a very important role. Even when we've got new product, anything, all departments, all companies, be catering, be tombstones, they all get different trainings from that academy. Foundation, we use that foundation to reach out to communities, not just to collect premiums from clients, but to make sure that through the foundation, we reach out to our clients. We reach out to our clients and making sure that we add value, we give back to different projects within different communities. One other thing we're doing within the the foundation, we just launched a computer skills center. When you look at the computer skills center, it will assist, and we're putting it in rural areas, just to bridge the urban, because we find that kids from rural areas, they don't have computers. By the time they get to varsity, there's a gap. They need to start learning the computer. And when you look at that, we are just preparing our future clients, because we can't look at what we have now. You can look at. You don't just look at the present clients that you have in your book, but look into the future. Who will be your future clients in 5 years, in 10 years, and make sure you start investing on those. Time. So that is all on Ixebolethu. Just that brief introduction and journey of Ixebolethu. Then about the industry in South Africa. The industry in South Africa, the funeral industry in South Africa, it generates 10 billion rands per year. So 5.6 million risk policies, and with 15,000 funeral parlors, 70,000 undertakers, and 100,000 burial societies. Those are the stats in South Africa presently. And then 5 billion rands per year is generated in funerals in different ways, but related to funerals. And then there's 12% annual growth, and over 2 million individuals are supported through direct and indirect employment from the industry. This is really hot, people. Okay, what is the way forward for us as a brand, Ixebolethu? The way forward as a brand is to be the global repatriation specialist. We want to be the first point of contact for all people in South Africa when they think of going back home, taking their loved ones home. We want to be the first point of contact. How do we want to do that? We've got a 24-hour call center. We've got one in Durban and one in Johannesburg. In Johannesburg, it sits about 196, yes. It sits about 196, and the one in Durban, it's 120 seater. So through that, through being accessible 24 hours, we want to be the first point of contact. And then we want to expand through Africa, through partnerships. We're not looking at opening parlors in Africa, but we want to have partners that we work with throughout Africa to offer the same services that we have from South Africa. And then we want to be the one-stop shop. One-stop shop means, when you look at our brand, we are a funeral company that sells policies. When the time of claim comes, that policy we can bury for you, we can cook for you through our catering company, we can install a tombstone for you, we have memorial parks for you. So we own the whole value chain. We just want to be a one-stop shop, so that people don't have to come to our offices, get one thing, and have to go and look for another service elsewhere. So we want to be a one-stop shop. And then digital and innovation, yes, policies are available online. Live streaming is key. I was just telling my team that, the live streaming here is very, very clear. Well done to that. If you're going on YouTube, it's very, very clear and beautiful. That is what we do. We saw that during COVID, when COVID happened, people could not attend funerals. We made sure that we were a step ahead and we could offer such services as a brand. And also because we've got clients like from UK, they can't attend their funerals, but we can live stream for them, they can watch funerals from home. That helps a lot as well. So also our systems are very good. We've got an app, digital strategy. Our digital strategy is very, very good, and we are working on it every day because we realize that the future is digital. If you still manual, woe unto you. You just to a brand that that's not about death only. as a brand, when you look at our products says we do life with you. That's our motto. We do life with you because we offer a full life cycle in our products. There are products that say, what value am I getting from this company? So for us as a brand, people get a lot of value from what we offer them, and it's a very, very reasonable price. So yeah, this morning I'm just encouraging you to go back to your businesses. Make sure that you look at your strategies. Your strategies are clear for all your employees, making sure that your employees know what you want to achieve as a brand, and going forward, looking at your digital strategies as well. Don't look into the now, but look into the future. Look into the next 5 years, the next 10 years of your brand. Where is it going to be? What do you want your brand to be like in the next 5 years? So it's very, very key, so that your brand lives beyond you. It just doesn't end with you. So I will just end there. I don't know if I saw questions and answers, or if there's any question I can take, if anyone wants to ask something. Oh, okay. No, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity once more.
Thank you. We can do better than that. Thank you very much. I'll be trying to pronounce this name, but the first time I made an attempt, I almost swallowed my tongue. But I'll keep on trying until I master it. We will be having a general session for questions and discussions. Now, I don't know how we are going to conduct the discussion. I know how questions are asked. But how are we conducting the discussion? Are we going to sit in, then we discuss. All right. Now, I want us we have any questions that we would like to raise. We are free to do so. And if we have any one of us has some contributions that they feel like they want to add to what already has been said, you are also welcome. So I don't know how we will conduct it. I don't know how we are going to go about it. But whichever way, if you have a question or if you have something to add, something to say, you are free to do so. By a show of hand, kindly, let me see who has a question, or who has something that they want to add to what has been going on here. There's one there, and we have another mic. I'll just walk here. All right, please write down the questions and then we will be able to respond. Right behind that. Kindly say your name and where you're coming from, and then the organization you're representing, then you will post it.
My name is Chilson Wamoja. I'm a Kenyan. And my name is Chilson Wamoja, Kenyan, and from Nairobi. I've been working very closely with Ezra Olak on the side that Dr. Johansson said that we need to create laws. So I mean that side that I've been working with Ezra on that one. So my question is to the CEO or probably what
At least I'm not the only one.
I Now, you talked about something to do with, I don't know whether it's insurance policy, a policy that most of the ones that are bereaved can pay in advance on a yearly basis, and when that time comes, they'll be taken care of. I wanted to ask how you approach that to be able to convince most of the African community. You know, talking about death and preparing for your death is almost like a taboo. How did you go about in convincing the African community in South Africa to be able to take up such a policy that maybe we, in other parts of Africa, in the business of funeral services, can be able to emulate? Because there's only one company in Kenya that had started this, and it seemed that it went down in pushing for a policy to prepare for your death. Now, I don't know how you went about and convinced so that it became probably your core value to survive, even during the COVID time. Maybe you'll be able to help us to see how you went about, what you did put in so that this became a success.
That's not the question. We will take one or two more others, then you answer correctly. Any other question? Right behind there, or there are two people behind there.
Thank you so much. My name is Joyce Luku. I come from Kenyatta Teaching and Referral Hospital. I'm a laboratory technologist. Thank you so much, Nofundo, for your presentation. Probably mine is just to ask you a guideline. During the way you have spoken about COVID, during COVID time we had a lot of challenges, and we could only hear South Africa is the only place where postmortems were done for COVID patient who passed away. So probably you can give us the standards that are required for us to have, so that we can be in a position to perform those postmortems in future. Thank you.
There's another one there.
My name is Nick Macau. I work for an organization called Kisimani Mission Kenya. It's an NGO.
We hardly can hear you.
My name is Nicodemus Macau. I work for an organization called Kisimani Mission Kenya. I would like to ask the lady from South Africa how she incorporates the corporate responsibility with the organization.
And please, she's not the only one who has spoken. Ask questions even for those ones who spoke before her. And more contributions, please. Any other before there is a response? All right. Are we ready with the response? Did you get all the questions? Were you noting? All right.
I think I'll answer the first question. I think it's about how do we grow our book within the our African people, because they don't like to talk about death. They fear the conversation about death. I think it's about teaching people through our marketing. We teach them a lot, and also, like I said, we don't make ours a death issue, a death product, but we look at making our products products that will benefit clients while they are alive. What do we do as a brand? We have products that come with benefits like trauma and stress counseling, legal advice, emergency medical rescue. That comes with them automatically. By being our client, you get that for free. So a person will see value more than that, and they will take that. And also, our policies, they're more like a free policy at the end of the day, because we've got a lot of rewards as in when you go to Checkers to buy groceries, Pick and Pay, you get those vouchers, those coupons that give you discounts when you buy groceries. So if people are using that, it's more like they're getting their policy for free. So it becomes so easy. It's about the product that you sell, how you package your product, and how you teach your people, and the marketing skills as well, and marketing trends that we use to make sure that we train our people, we train our clients to see value in our policies. I think I answered you, or not? Almost.
It looks like if you approach it in terms of death, people shy away. But if you approach it with if you approach it with the policies that you're saying, that you'll benefit with post-stress, trauma, or things like that, and other policies. For instance, I've seen you've started even doing foundations. With that kind of approach, I think maybe many people might embrace.
Yes.
Taking a policy and paying for this policy yearly, knowing that in the end, as you say, when death comes, it becomes a free approach that you benefit from that policy. Probably if that is the approach, then I think that might be acceptable to many of us.
Thank you. Can I come in and see on that one also? When we started selling policies in Zimbabwe, just to support what she's saying, in 1993, when we started selling funeral policies, there was 1 or 2 companies selling funeral policies. That was Dow's and Marshall. And the same thing you are talking about, the issue of taboo, the issue of people not wanting to talk about death or getting a funeral policy for that matter from our general African people was there. But I think you need time. I think what is very important is execution in terms of what you tell those few people who take up policies. You must be able to do the service as per what you told them in the first place. Right now in Zimbabwe, just like in South Africa, the life companies, we are just selling endowment policies, whole life policies, educational policies, pension policies. Because of inflation, especially in Zimbabwe, those have gone down. The only policy which has survived is the funeral policy. People can actually see a Nyarazo car going to bury somebody with a funeral policy. They can see a dark car going, a moonlight car going. So with that, people see that this is working. But if it is not working, you tell them something and it doesn't work for the community, then they will resist the policy. But I want to tell you that it will take some time for people to accept, because of the taboo we are talking about. It will take time, but it will work at the end of the day, especially when you do act on what you promised them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. We are managing well our time, and
Mr. Osego, there's another question also. The question was asking, how are you trying to do your business at the same time you are in the corporate social responsibility? Because here in Kenya, it's rare to find even a funeral home donating to a charity. So how are you doing it? Because you are saying you are doing big in the corporate world.
Thank you for the question. It is very important for a business to add value to the communities that it serves. You mustn't just look like a company that just collects premiums. At the end of collecting those premiums, what are you giving back to these communities? Look at what the community needs and make sure you add value. And those people will believe in you and support you. It mustn't be just about you just collecting all the premiums from them, and at the end of the day, they're still getting richer and richer, buying more cars, but the people are suffering. You can donate, as a brand, we donate, like I was saying, we're donating through that, through technology, providing those computer skills centers. We're donating through agriculture. You can't have the community that is hungry. We're doing gardens in different locations, districts, that where we're just giving those vegetables and whatever comes from produce for free to clients, so that clients see that there's so much we're doing for them, and with that, they support us back. That is what helps us to grow very strong as a brand and to get more numbers, because we're making sure that we're adding value to all communities. There are so many projects that we're doing. Soccer, you don't want to have youth that goes and breaks into people's houses. When they're playing soccer, there's less crime. So you need to balance so that your business can add value and also can get good rewards from each community it service. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm standing on the Lagos State protocol, and I would like to just take a cue from where she stopped. I believe we cannot continue to take from the society without giving them back. What we do in Nigeria is we don't want people to die. That's the truth. We don't want them to die. We want them to grow till their old age. And what we do is we support education by giving to schools school bags and money to buy books. We support the hospitals by donating hospital beds, which is very key to us. Very expensive project, but we believe in it. If people are healthy, they'll be able to reason. But if they are not getting good and qualitative treatment in the hospital, they die young and they can't even pay your money. But if they grow old, their children want to bury them well, like the Bible says. Number 3, we do digital and technology support to schools by donating some computers. We are still striving. We are not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Another applause.
Thank you very much. My name is Gaston Okwenje Owino. I'm the Secretary General of Fusak. My question is, to all the speakers that have spoken, do you also have members outside South Africa or outside Zimbabwe or outside Nigeria? Or you're only dealing with your citizens? Thank you. Do you have members outside your countries? Or
yes, and that's why we are here. That's why we are here. When there's a convention going on in South Africa, they invite us. For instance, I am a member of British Institute of Environments. I'm a member of National Funeral Directors in the UK. I'm a member of National Funeral Directors and Mortician Association in the US. I am a member of the National Funeral Directors in the US. And I'm a member in Nigeria. So it's not just in Nigeria that we operate. We operate all over. So if you have anything, we can come to your country and give you support. Thank you.
Yes, as a brand, we do have clients outside South Africa. You have people that live in South Africa that, okay, you have Zimbabweans, a Zimbabwean living in South Africa, but they have families that they still need to cover for. They can't just cover themselves in South Africa, but they need to cover the extended family that is in Zimbabwe. So the products that we offer, they cover clients that are in South Africa and the people they've left back home. So we have that. Thank you.
Another round of applause. We are doing well. Now we want to listen to a teacher who is very she's uprising and she's upcoming, she's ambitious, she's hardworking, but she has something that she needs to share with us so that we can be able to spread with the way we are thinking and operating in this field. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together to receive our sister Nora. She is coming to share with us the wealth of information and knowledge that she has that will be able to help us be well equipped and prepared for this task that is ahead of us. Let us put our hands together. Come on, let us not be mean. Sorry about that.
Minutes to afternoon, so I'll just say good morning. Is it okay? Stand here. Thank you. I'll move around. I'll try move around. So, my name is Nora. I'm a high school biology and agriculture teacher. Actually, I was celebrating my 7th year in teaching on April. I grew up in a family where my dad is an agriculturalist, and my mom, she was a nurse. Let me say she was a nurse, and I made several trips to hospital with her. So I've seen her work, I've seen her deal with dying people. So it gave me a bit of an interest. At the same time, I've gone to fields with my dad, and I've seen him deal with farmers, I've seen him work on soil. So you can now get, the blend in. So I found a career where I'm going to blend both because I was interested in, both careers. So I got to become a teacher. So my mom passed on in December 2020, and we were close. Yeah. So I really got to see her journey after she died and getting buried. And I was there with her the whole time. In the mortuary, name it all. Yeah, the embalming. At least I got the opportunity to be there. So during the burial, as we were laying down the casket, I got interested, and that is how I then started doing a bit of research, in terms of why do we die, when we die, do we add value to the soil? Are we meant to add value to the soil? Because when you come back to biology, you get to learn that we are living organisms and we are part of an ecosystem. Yeah. So I'm actually glad that the speakers ahead of me got to talk about, that was Dr. Chomi. You mentioned formaldehyde in the embalming fluid, yeah? So that is why I come in. And someone else, Madam, she mentioned, green barriers, and she happens to have mentioned aquamation. I'm actually glad that they did that, yeah? So that's why I come in. So our death is meant to be a blessing, just like I have written there. Yes, it can be heart-wrenching, yeah? When you've lost a loved one and then they die, and then all that. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it really shows you the value, and you really get to celebrate what that person was standing for. So, in terms of death, so many people die every day. Like in Kenya, it's estimated that, forgive my voice, I'm a bit nervous, but I'm getting there. But I'm still very okay. It's estimated that around, that is 1,338 people die every day in Kenya. Actually, that is 55 people in an hour. Around the world, that is the globe, it is estimated that you have 55 million people dying. That is per year. So you can count that to 1 day. When it gets to 1 day, you can really get to see it around 178,000 people, yeah, per day. That is around the globe. So when we talk of death, as much as we are Africans, we need to get to a point where we are really talking about death. Because it's something that is with us, and it's something that is as remarkable just as bad. Yeah, it's just as remarkable as bad, and it's not a thing we can escape, yeah? Like, today morning I was telling someone that my grandmom just passed on. Yeah, so you really get to see that, okay, though we are celebrating her life, yeah, she was born. So you can really get to see that death is part of us. So when you talk that, when you say that our death is meant to be a blessing, I'm looking at it from the point of we are meant to give back to earth. In terms of environment, like we should not really impact the environment negatively. And if we do, can you look at some of the ways where we cannot over-rely on one method of burial? So that is where the green barrels were coming in. I'm actually glad that in the United States, in Seattle, they are embracing a lot of green barrels. And you can get to see that in all the 50 states, things like natural burial are very common. Yeah, they have actually been legalized. So when we were dropping the casket of the mom, I was thinking, was there another option for burial? Was there another option that my mom would have wanted to be buried with, other than being in a casket and then dropping to the ground? So mine is to urge you as Fusak to look at other options that we have for burial, because they are there. Research is ongoing, and we have other methods like disposition, we have other methods like aquamation. I'm actually glad someone mentioned it. We have other methods of conservation and land. I have with me, yes, I have with me a photo here. So let me just do this. So with me here, what I have is a photo of Langata Cemetery. So this really touched my heart again. Even though I'm a teacher, there are things that you get to see and you're like, if I don't make a change, we say that be the change that you want to see. You want to really say something about it because nobody else is saying something. This is Langata Cemetery in Kenya, Nairobi. I know most of you have had it, most of you here have been there. And it's almost 100 acres. If not less. Actually, it's actually 100 acres and above, and it's actually full. All these that are laying here are dead bodies that have been buried, and we've actually even divided the cemetery in terms of, temporary and permanent burial sites, because the cemetery is actually full. So I was thinking of things like this, When you look at the caskets that are there, all these are trees, all these are hardwoods that are there. In terms of the embalming fluid, it's quite a lot, We thank God for cremation, such that we are able to also cremate other bodies. But truth to be told, the embalming fluid that we are using, sorry to say so, someone happened to have mentioned it is carcinogenic, and it is true. Yeah, it is truly carcinogenic, and it is leaching into the soil. In terms of the trees, there are quite a lot. So thank God for cremation that, it can also help save the environment in a way. Yeah. But when you compare Langata, this is what we have with, let me show you a photo, with the trees that we have here. Yeah, with the trees that we have here. So if, for example, we were to convert Langata into a memorial site, where we have so many trees, or make it a conservation land. Yeah, in the States, what they are doing with conservation land, because most of the cemeteries are full, they are trying to have natural burials and have legal laws that are going to regulate how the burials are taking place in such places. So, such that if one dies, they can be buried a natural death, and then a tree is planted. So you can see out of that, that person is giving back to the earth. Or, decomposition can take place, and then the fertilizer, the soil out of a formation again can also be taken there, and a tree is planted. So, we really need to look at this. And as Fusak, can you look at how we can do more research and even get involved? As this research is going on, even in the States, can we get involved with them? Can we not get left behind? Because in Kenya we saw drought that really affected us. If we can have a way of mitigating, because truth to be told, as funerals, as the burials that we are doing each and every other thing, and I'm talking because I'm also part of it. Yeah, because I'm also going to bury my grandmama. I'm also buried my mom. You played a role. Everybody here has played a role in one or two other ways. So if at all we can get involved and play a role in thinking of the green burials and how we can bring them about in Kenya, and a way that they can really help us impact our environment positively. I like what Bamburi Cement have done. Here in Mombasa, actually as we were coming yesterday, we were looking at the forest that they have here. It's such a large forest. Yeah, so you can see so many trees, and you can see them really impacting the environment here in Mombasa. So I'm really thinking, if Fusak can get involved, in terms of the environment as well, that would be really good for our country. Because recently we have seen Kenya suffering from drought. We have seen people dying of hunger. We have seen global warming. So there are not things that we can actually ignore. There are not things that we can actually ignore. So with that, that was my short presentation. So let me say thank you.
Wow, we can do better than that. And that was encouraging. Amen. Now, I want to take this opportunity to ask Ezra to take over from here, Chairman, so that he gives us direction on how to
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Teacher Nora. You see how someone can be inspired by certain eventuality. She lost her mom, but she was disturbed how we do our send-off. 6 foot under, you cover the soil, then those people who are in the funeral industry. You can know how that thing can traumatize so many people. So she did an email to me. She just came to know about this association when she was Googling, and then she came to know about the association. And she asked me, I lost my mom, and I'm thinking about if something can be done other than embalming the body if we can do the green burials. And as association, we normally give people an opportunity to come and express themselves, because you never know that one person can transform the funeral industry, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. And I told her, yes, you have a teaching background, but come and share with us the little that you have, because this may create an impact to the society and even beyond. She has talked about the green burials, not using chemicals, just burying, and then instead of putting the tombstones, you can plant a tree. And that tree, when it matures, you will always resemble that tree and know that there's life after that. I really thank you, and we want to work with you so that we give you a space, you do a lot of research, because on the other side, it's somehow cutting costs on the funeral services. We shall work with you. This is the first time just to talk with people in the funeral industry, and we really appreciate you. We shall always give every person opportunity who have an idea, because it's through idea which will bring something good to the industry and will promote the development in the funeral industry. Thank you very much, Nora, and we really appreciate you have noted that you are sitting in between the embalmers, and we shall walk the journey with you. And we welcome you to this industry so that you become one of the ladies who really transform the funeral industry in Kenya in terms of green burials. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, there was a lady who was supposed to come from Kenya Bureau of Standards, but I understand there's one person who has come to represent Angela. Can you just show a wave of hand if you are inside here? Oh, thank you very much. What we are doing now in Kenya, as you heard from our government pathologist, we don't have any existing law that regulates the funeral industry. Just wake up in the morning, convert your van, if it is Okeke or Okada, just convert it, remove the seats, and there it goes, it's an hearse. Just wake up in the morning, go to the register of companies, within 3 days, you've got to a company, you're in the business. It doesn't matter from which background you are coming from. And it's a scenario that is really disturbing us, even when it comes to issue of body handling. Because I'm sorry to say, we're in this industry. It even traumatized even those people like us who are in the industry. You go to a funeral home or a mortuary, instead of somebody showing you your beloved one, you are shown other bodies. I don't know for what reason. And even there's a scenario here that most of the bodies that have been preserved, all of them, because some people ask, do you mean that when you preserve all the bodies, they must have black pigment? All of them. You can imagine what is happening here in Kenya. And that's the reason why there is a body in Kenya that deals with regulation of standards. They were approached by Kenyan citizens because they were also tired of seeing how bodies are being transported on top of the vehicles. Some mortuaries are pathetic, even the body handling, and it was putting a lot of risk not only to the people working in the mortuary, also to the general public. So they came and approached us and approached different funeral homes, and through the Kenya Bureau of Standards, we are now working on the guidelines that will lead the way in terms of funeral services. And we are happy this is the only body that anything that comes to Kenya, whether importation or you're exporting, without Kenya Bureau of Standards, that thing cannot go anywhere. And if you read, there are so many things that they have banned. here in country. And now we want them to go further, now to venture into the funeral industry and also bring some regulation that at least we have some minimum basic guidelines that can guide us towards this industry, so that even if it's a mortuary, what kind of mortuary do you want? What kind of funeral do you want? What is a hearse? What is a transfer vehicle? What is a removable vehicle? What level of education does one need to have for him or her to work in the field? I don't want much to say, because they are here, they give us their roles and responsibility and what they are doing in our country. Please, I welcome the representative of Kenya Bureau of Standards to give us a word from the side. Thank you. And it's good that we formed a technical committee, and of which I'm the chairman of the technical committee, and my colleagues are here. We are working together. It's a working committee towards achieving some guidelines that will regulate the funeral industry. Welcome, my brother. You are highly welcome. Thank you. I want to mention again, from the Kenya Bureau of Standards. You know, he was sitting at the fire, I could see him nicely. But now I've seen him, it's called Dr. Oyo. He's the lead of that team, and he's the director who really guided us towards coming with the formulation of those guidelines. We were just trying to put everything in order, but when he came, he decided to guide us on how to develop standards. Do we need requirements or guidelines? So he's a very resourceful person. The last meeting that we had with them, he really guided us a lot, and he gave us an assignment that we need to work on to add in on each and every sector, so that even he was talking about even the caskets. Don't just use any casket. They must meet certain standards. What normally happens in Kenya, people take the offcuts. You know the offcuts? Once you have done your carpentry, those offcuts, and then they polish them well. And then they put some paint. But they keep on warning you here in our country. I don't know whether it happens in other countries. Please do not hold at the side. Hold at the bottom. You can imagine. Yeah. Always hold at the bottom because they know the disasters that it will cause. So he wants us also, even in the casketing, even in the display, because we have this issue of people displaying caskets everywhere, especially near the hospitals. So he's the one who is going to lead us on how to come with guidelines because we are all affected with that kind of scenarios. Thank you, Mr. Oyo. You are highly welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, as you've heard, my name is Otieno Oyo. I work for Kenya Bureau of Standards in the Department of Standards Development. I head the area or the unit called Services Standards. Services as opposed to products, they are intangible. You cannot separate service from the service provider. And there are so many other dimensions about services that are not actually in the conventional product industry. As they sort out the software, let's start by saying that the association is born, and with that association comes what they call regulation. And the basic instruments for regulation today, as is recognized by WTO, that's the World Trade Organization, is standards. So the moment you get into the standards realm, then a whole lot of every other thing follows that will be used for purposes of regulating the industry. May I say congratulations for coming together and forming this great body, and then walking us into the future, of course, giving us confidence that whither we go, we all know. There is a great writer called Jody Graff. I think he was from Ghana. And he used to say that whither we go, we do not know. Whither we come from, we do not know. But this, that is the present, we know. And that present should be able to be controlled by nothing other than standards. A standard is nothing other than a document. A standard is nothing other than a document. For the entire group of people living in different cultural backgrounds and of course having different myths and beliefs. And that is what forms what we call humanity or human beings that we are today. So people must come together and negotiate. And when they negotiate, they come up with what we call a consensus, a generally agreeable position for all of them. So when you have that document developed through a process of consensus, on the other hand, it has to be done through a recognized process because it's not just being done by every Tom, Dick and Harry. That means that organizations that are developing standards must be recognized by law. In Kenya, the law that recognizes Kenya Bureau of Standards is as Parliamentary Statute, that is chapter 496 of 1974. That is when Kenya Bureau of Standards was actually mandated to come into being. Now, that is the basic definition of a standard. A document developed through consensus, all right, for purposes of either regulation, giving guidelines, guiding test methods, or giving specifications, like in the case of what we call product materials. Now, how is standard related to your newborn association? I think that was a question that somebody had asked me in the morning, and I would like to start with it. With standards, you can actually penetrate new markets. So it's a tool for trade, and therefore it enables you to expand your markets. With standards, you are able to perform regulation properly. That means that in the event of any dispute between two disputing parties, you can actually use the standard as a basis for dispute resolution. In standards, there is what we call technological transfer. Standards normally tries as much as possible to capture the latest technology in the market. The latest technology. So if it is now captured in that kind of document, there is a chance that our SMEs can actually be motivated to acquire those particular latest technology without necessarily going into a lot of research, books and everything else. So it's a means of technological transfer. With standards, the consumers are protected. So chances are you can easily consume, because you also have got consumers, is that right? And all of us are consumers of your services. So it means if you have standards, there is a chance that I, the consumer, will be protected. And of course you, the service provider, will equally be protected. So standards bring in what I call order. It brings in order. Now let's walk through this because we don't have much time to go through everything else. But let me start by looking at what we think when we hear of funeral services. The first thing that people think about is a mortuary. And people are always asking, what's a mortuary? And we've been told that it's a place where dead bodies are kept before burial or cremation. But there is another terminology, mostly used with, by the Americans, and that is what we call the morgue. It is where dead bodies are kept in the refrigerated body store and examined in the autopsy room. Then there is the concept of what we've just been discussing called standardization, which is the development and implementation of standards in order to motivate, or rather reduce, or if not minimize, variations, achieve and improve customer expectations, if not guarantee level of service for people who are actually coming in as customers or clients. We have a number of issues with the current state of funeral services, and some of them are perceptions by the authorities. People tend to perceive and say that this is a neglected sector, and it is kind of getting engraved into people's psyche that it is actually the last of the medical services that can be ever provided. But when I see expert doctors like Dr. Johnson, Ogura, so many others, then you start wondering, how can these people, very beautiful, well-learned doctors actually get into the doctor profession? Then you realize that it is not actually a neglected sector. So that's why I'm calling it a perception. Then most of the time, whenever you go to malls, they're actually kept somewhere in some dingy corner. And I think the same perception was repeated in this convention or seminar. In the sense that when I was coming in, I was expecting that we are going to form, or maybe be at the forefront of this hotel with all our whatever forming part of the board, the notice boards. But if you go to the local notice board at the reception area, we were not there. I had to ask so that I'm led to a second area. That's when I was being told, oh, that one, it is at the very end. So could it be that we are actually being followed by the same perception that we have had? We are being kept in some corner. so that is again that location that they are actually being kept in some hidden areas. Then there is lack of training for service providers. Many times I always ask, is there a particular curriculum that our service providers normally follow? For medical doctors, nurses, and the other service providers, they have recognized curriculum. How about around people? Because that's the level at which we now start giving what we call recognition. Again, that is neither here nor there. Then there is what we call minimum service levels, sometimes varying depending on the place, and of course not the place. In Kenya here it is varying depending on the personality whom we are providing the service for. If it is a prominent person, I would see those beautiful vehicles that my sister was showing me in the water. But if it is Otieno, maybe your bicycle would surface. So those kind of variations, we have to actually, they are actually a bit of a problem. That is what we call medical devices, tools, and equipment that we are using. How standard are they? So those are some of the problems that we have. And whenever you talk of standardization, one thing comes into mind, and that is the body charged with development of standards, and that is Kenya Bureau of Standards. This is a beautiful picture of the headquarters of this organization. I didn't know standards myself when I was training as a pharmaceutical scientist, but when I got into service, that's how I came into knowledge of Kenya Bureau of Standards. It's located in Nairobi, in South Sea, along Boko Road, just off mombasa. Now, this organization, as I said, was set up in 1974, coming from what I call traditional industry concerns. But today, it is actually still located domiciled within the Ministry of Industrialization and Enterprises, but as it is much more than just the modern industry. It is covering services also, including medical services. Now, this one we have talked about. I don't need to talk about that much anymore. So some of the services that KEBS today offer includes standardization services, development of standards, that is national, company, or international, if not regional standards. Then we're talking of measurement standards, like the methodology standards. We're talking of technical support for multilateral as well as bilateral trade agreements. And then there is conformity assessment services, inspection of imports and exports, quality assurance, that is product certification, and then we have what we call market surveillance, system certification, testing services, as well as training and education, like what I'm doing now. This is the address, and I think when we give you the notes, you can actually always get into the contacts for purposes of contacting us in case you have any concern. Standardization is historical. It started from the ancient Babylon and Egypt, and has kind of developed over time to the modern industrial age, and we are now talking of digital age. And if you look at it, in Egypt, we have got one very, let me say, interesting site that we normally like to see. That is the construction of the pyramids. Is that right? If you look at the accuracy with which the stones were being done, then you realize that science is something that Africans had embodied long before even the so-called current custodians of science had actually had it. And that's how standardization, because all of them look similar, and they are actually wonderful structures to look at when you think of what the capability of those people then and what they did by then. That is how standardization came into being. So, as I said, what is a standard? It is nothing other than a document, but it's a document that normally gives requirements, it gives rules, it gives guidelines for a process, or product, or services. That's what we define as a standard. And if you go to ISO IEC Guide 2, it is defining it as a document established by consensus and approved by a recognized body that provides for common and repeated use, rules, guidelines, or characteristics. Further, if you go, you now realize that standards are based on what you call basic science, right? They must be based on science. There is nothing called I think in standard. It is actually science, and science means I know. So when you take scientific research, and I know here I've actually been looking at the program, and I could see one of us have got a number of research papers that they have published. So if you take those research papers and then you look at their application experiences, you end up coming up with what you call precise optimum requirements for an aspect of technology. If you are an ardent, but I know most of you people have got no time to watch TVs. There is something in BBC called, is it Spark or Click? Click normally brings the latest technology called whatever, including the drones. So the West is now talking of, they're no longer talking of, what do you call it? The robotics. They are talking of very serious issues. In fact, when you look at robotics, they are now trying to imitate humanity. A robot that actually is intelligent and can talk to you. And some of them are even saying that those robots at some stage, they end up having a mind of their own and they can be equally very dangerous. But they behave as well as
well-behaved robots. So those two, application experience and scientific research, they'll give you what they call a precise optimum requirement for an aspect of technology. Then the same standard guide 2 is defining standardization now as an activity of establishing, with regard to actual or potential problems, provisions for common and repeated use aimed at achievement of the optimum degree of, optimum degree of order in a given context. So the word consensus, I have already talked about it, and it is nothing other than general agreement. That's normally characterized by lack of sustained opposition. So when we agree generally, then that's what we refer to as a consensus. Principles of standardization, and what this is why WTO in Annex 3 is referring to standards as the best way of resolution of problems. And one of them is that a standard when being developed must always be transparent. There is no hidden card under the table. All the cards must be on top of the table. They must be coming from renowned research sources. And that research source, if possible, should be quoted at any given time. So there has to be the principle of, you must be as transparent as is possible. Number 2, openness. We have had a very brave community from this particular group that decided that from the disaster management standards, which is a very big scope, why can't we come up with federal service standards? And then this particular group came together and became what we call a working group. And through that working group, there's a lot of work now currently going on in federal services at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It does not mean that if they came in fast, that you are now locked out. You can actually record it, and that is what forms the closest of standard. Further to that, there is effectiveness and relevance. Whatever it is that we are making or putting in the document must be effective, it must also be relevant. That's why we are saying it has to be negotiated. Some are very good, but they are costly in terms of money, they are costly in terms of time. And because of that, we will put them aside and then choose that which looks very modest, but are also very effective. There has to be coherence, right from the top page of the standard, all through to the latter, if not annexes of the standard. Then there is what you call this group, and I think this group is also in your group. We are calling them MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And I think they play a very important part. So if these people are involved in your industry, then you bring them also get involved in standards development. Then you are already bringing in what we call developmental perspective or developmental dimension. In the sense that these are the people that requires these dimensions. These are the people that requires these skills that they can actually translate into the products that will be eventually used when providing services. That's what we call That's what we call developmental. So those are the 8 principles of standards development. But after developing the standard, the issue is what is the current technical committee working on. They have decided that the first document is going to be a guideline, and that guideline is going to be guideline for mortuaries as well as funeral homes. So there is the aspect of terminologies which will come in. If you go to church, you will more often than not hear the word hallelujah. Is that right? If you go to mosque, you will hear, will you hear hallelujah? You will hear something like Allah. Is that right? So each and every trade have got their own language. And this particular language must be agreed upon. Because you might be talking a particular terminology which means a different thing altogether in the other order. So we must sit down together as an industry and develop what we call terminology standards. I hear of human body, baby, holding baby. Is that a terminology that's acceptable? I hear of, there are so many things, autopsy room, and so many things, so on and so forth. So we also have to now sit down, and you can see that So we have to sit down and agree on the past. And I think going forward, much as the other standard will be the first, the standard on terminology will always be coming first. Now, very quickly, whenever we are developing a standard, there must be what we call standardization objectives. And it is this particular objectives that we now try to focus on for purposes of leveraging and ensuring that we make the industry better. On a general principle, we have got about 8 or so objectives. One of them is better utilization of resources. We make standards so that we can use the resources in a better way. And if you look at the Kenyan scenario today, funeral services are becoming some of the most expensive projects. And when my sister was talking of having buried the mother, I buried mine also last year, 2021. And that's when I came to know that relatives can really be demanding, including the last chicken that I had in the home being slaughtered. And I was like, now, what is it that we're going to be left with? Better utilization of resources. Another objective of standards is what we call effective communication. And that's why I was actually bringing in the aspect of standardization of terminologies that are acceptable across the industry. Effective communication. Do you imagine a case whereby we are talking of, for example, we are now going into what we call African free continental trade, and there is an organization called ARSO. How many people have heard about ARSO? African Regional Standardization Organization, based in Nairobi, but it is now bringing in on board all national standards bodies, KEBS, Uganda, Nigerian Bureau of Standards, and so on and so forth. And we are now trying to harmonize these standards and make them to be continental standards so that we can be able to do funeral across board. And somebody might be thinking, what does that have to do with this industry? We have Nigerians living in Kenya, is that right? Just like we have what Kenyans living in Nigeria, we have what Kenyans in South Africa, and so on and so forth. If they had their own standard, and we had our own standard, and we keep on demanding that they do it as per our standard, and they say, according to our standard, this is what is required, are we going to be communicating? Are you getting what we are saying? So it is important that we have what we call effective communication inbuilt into our document, and that comes in through what we call standards harmonization. Then there is the aspect of variety control and technological transfer. Once upon a time, I lost my father-in-law in Italy. And then it took us about 3 weeks to bring the body to Nairobi. Interestingly, when the body was brought, it was hermetically sealed. Do we have that technology in East Africa? Hermetical sealing of the body. It was so fresh by the time we were breaking it at funeral that you would think this guy is sleeping. So the aspect of hermetic sealing of corpses and so on and so forth. So there are a number of things that get carried away here. So we need to have what you call variation control. And if we have got variation control, there's a chance that we will not have the lease of the day-to-day, and of course which one is according to us, there is one that we used to be scared with, and that, I think it was Kisumu PGH, where there was one very famous name, and I think this name has been used across board, Onyango Otoyo. So if a kid was crying and then you told the kid that Onyango Otoyo is coming, he will keep quiet. Why? Because we have put so much, we associated mortuaries with putrefaction, we associated mortuaries with all manner of things, including, imagine, devils walking all over. And the only guy who could actually manage to stay with them is this gentleman called Onyango Otoyo. But look at what is happening at places like Lee Funeral. I get it. So that variation is too much, and therefore we need to do something to control. So that's what we call variation control. Then there's what we call effectiveness. It's the standard effectiveness. It's giving us value for money and so on and so forth. So that's why whenever we are dealing with or developing a standard, we got to focus on those objectives. Someone once told us that any objective must be smart, right? And as you start the journey of digital acquisition, one of the things that you need to do is to ensure that you come up with specific objectives. They must be measurable objectives. They must be attainable, if not achievable. They must be realistic. And of course, at any given time, they must be time bound. So that's what I call Then there are people working in these industries, in these facilities all around the day. Is that right? We need to ensure that we imbibe OSH, occupational safety and health, so that they are also protected. And then, as my predecessors have talked about, we need to focus on our environment. I normally say we need to use what we call circularity instead of linearity in terms of our practices. So we have got all manner of standards, but the hierarchy is international, regional, national, and company. But what we are concentrating now on as KEBS national standards, we later on intend to have at the international or rather continental level. Whenever you come into standard, this is what I want to say, you bring in the entire infrastructure, what they call quality infrastructure. There are those particular machines that will require calibration. Is that right? Even if they are pressure using machine or pressure-based machines, they require calibration. So you bring in aspects of calibration. If you look at your industry, one of the things that I can see are the various processes. I don't see it as one, a single process or many. There are so many activities that actually forward for the processes. So certification comes in. Use of ISO 9001 quality management system brings in certification. Then there is the aspect of testing. A number of things, a number of tests will have to be performed. And then there is the aspect of accreditation, which starts with training. And of course, this happens at the national level. Then they are also going to be looked at internationally. And that's what we call traceability or the quality tenets that we have as a country, and of course going forward as a continent. So, what are some of the benefits of standardization? One, it is economic. And I'm happy that some of us have now seen the opportunity in the industry and are moving into making business out of the industry. So this economics must be supported by standards. Two, we want to achieve maximum overall economy at 3 levels: international, national, and of course company levels. The benefits at the national level, we don't have to really overemphasize, but one of them is government protection to consumers. Number 2, legislative measures on products quality that are taken at that level. Creation of exports, inspection centers. If we have got a body that has died from outside and it is being brought into the country, it has to be taken through the import inspection. Are we aware of that? It is not just whatever, it has to be taken through that process to ensure that people here are also protected. And so on. Creation of infrastructure for collecting, storing, retrieving, and disseminating necessary technical information. And that's why documentation is very important in this industry going forward. At company level, reduced risk of liability claims, very important. Decrease in training costs. If you do it, you press standards, you are going to reduce training costs, and then savings due to the use of recycled materials. Again, I don't know how that's going to be done, but these are things that we need to start thinking of very seriously, so that we reduce also the impact on our environment. We have this standard which we are started working on as a group, as a technical committee. It is called mortuary, of course, and funeral homes. And it is one that tries to embrace the concept of health of the population from womb to tomb, or rather, we call it tomb. So again, if you look at mortuary, it's coming out that it is the responsibility of the government, of course, the hospital, to provide the capacity. Because at any given time, we'll have different people passing on while on treatment. And there are several legal or quasi-legal activities that we have to partake to be able to protect ourselves and, of course, provide proper services going forward. And you can see an example of what's happening elsewhere. I don't know whether ours is also being controlled by Kenya Medical Practitioners Board and Medical Practitioners Basis Board. Are we the one controlling as regulators? What is happening in other jurisdictions, for example, India, you find that India Medical Council is the one that regulates matters of mortuary. And I think this is a very good example that we can borrow from as a continent going forward. That medical professionals actually regulate even this aspect. Now, they are saying that for additional 100 autopsies per year, they require a certain number. But the basic one is this. Yes. If you have 100 autopsies a year, then what sort of staffing do you require? If there is going to be a requirement for a specialist, you will require one person. If there's going to be a post-mortem technician for that mortuary, you will require one person. If you are going to talk of records technician for that if it's a teaching institution, like that. So they even have the level of photographer as well as darkroom requirement. But I think the darkroom technology is kind of being kicked out by the digital, photography that we now have. So we don't require the darkroom technology to develop digital photographs for purposes of maybe medical legal issues or maybe records. Then there are aspects of location. And I think we have talked about much about that, but it should be something that is accessible. Alright? And there are certain detailed requirements that's going to emerge from the standard as we go forward, how it should, including what we call the availing of canopy, so that if the weather is not very cooperative, we should not be rained on because we are bringing the body or we are collecting the body as we go. Aspects of what we call reception, aspects of the tools that you're going to use, access of the hearses, because again, it is now a legal requirement in the country that ambulances will have strobe lights, is that right? But do we need to do the same for hearses? Is it there in the law? So chances are, the practice that we have today is kind of contravening the law as it exists. But this one can be smoothed using standards, right? So it's upon us as a community to decide what is it that we will have for our assets going forward. There are physical facilities and areas, like we require a reception area. Some mosques are actually converting reception areas to be prayer rooms. Is that right? But we are now being told that the standard is saying otherwise, that these are supposed to be two different facilities. Aspects of cold rooms for body preservation, right? There is a standard, I think again it is an Indian standard, if not Pakistani, where they're saying that if you have got a hospital of 150 beds, then the mortuary should have, whatever, in terms of, cooling system. So that how many bodies can you actually be able to, and then of course we are talking about ancillary areas, which are all going to be taken care of in the standard. We don't have to emphasize anything to do that, but as I finish, I think I'm a very good control of time. There are other standards that as, let's say, a profession, we require to bring on board. As we develop new ones, there are others which have already been developed, and one of them is the quality management system standards. That is ISO 9001. Why am I saying that? A good one. I think, in fact, I like that reaction. You are, when you're talking about monitoring, it's actually service-related unit. Is that right? And each service is a process unto itself, right? But again, we start with what is currently obtained. What sort of policies do we have with regards to the facilities? Do we have properly written policies that are owned by the hospital administrators? That is displayed to the public, that has got measurable objectives. Do we have? Thank you. I think this is very good. We need to borrow from it. This is one aspect that we need to bring out, that each and every facility needs to have a properly written policy statement that is properly signed by the authorities, that has got objectives and displayed to the public. Alright? Because the public is actually the what? The king here. They're the customers, is that right? So that they know the kind of services they expect. They come with what we call some formed opinion based on the policy and the objectives that you display. This is going to come out very clearly and guided by ISO 9001 standard. Number two, there is what you call process-oriented. All this, let's look at it. Reception is a process, right? How you welcome your guests, how you take their details, and so on and so forth. There is a lot of documentation that goes on. So that's a process. Autopsy is, or postmortem is a what? Is a process, is that right? Other than that, even when it comes to cooling or preservation, what are you preserving it for? Could it be medical legal issue? Maybe there is a family dispute? Or could it be for research? So those are also processes. Now, when you look at all those, this is the only standard that actually tell you that this, you have to define and identify processes and how they are interrelated. Then there is what you call the use of terminologies. Standards are voluntary in nature. It's upon you to decide whether you're going to use them or not use them. That's why I'm coming back to you. You can decide as an organization to use the standard 9001 or not use it. Now, when you decide to use it, the standard uses the term shall. Alright? So it means the moment you decide that you're going to use it, there are no two ways around it. It's now an obligation that you must meet. Okay? So shall is an obligation. Should is a recommendation. So there are recommendations that it is also giving. And then if you look at the handling of the body specimen, there are risks, is that right? And today, if you look at the modern management thinking, we are talking of risk-based thinking. So this standard, ISO 9000 2015, now brings in the RBT component very seriously in any business management. And that's how many companies that were ISO certified were able to navigate the COVID-19. Alright? People are like, okay, we do develop standards through negotiation. We require physical meeting. What if, and you can see how digital Zoom meetings came to be very handy. So those aspects of risk-based. What if, now if you inbuild that kind of school of thought into your whatever, then this is going to be very, very relevant. Let me also recommend another standard, and that is what you talked about here, and that is 26,000 called corporate social responsibility. The community expects much as you take from them, is that right? They also expect. So it is the only other standard that tells you how to go about aspects of corporate responsibility. Sometimes we do a lot, but because we are not properly guided, we think what we are doing is nothing. It is very simple, if not very big. And then we don't document it, also we don't take it as part of the showcase in the event that somebody requests it. So there is 26,000 standard, and there are other standards. For example, we have got the Kenya standard on disaster management that we have also adopted. That I think you people developed that you can actually also use for purpose. Because when as disaster strike, for example, are we prepared for disasters? For example, we have had a disaster that struck when the US embassy was hit in Nairobi. Was mortuary impacted? In a big way. How prepared were we? Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So, we just don't look at disaster as if it is there, it is concerning those people. It is part and parcel of us. So, we need to have what we call preparedness right from within this capacity. And therefore, it is part and parcel of us. It is inundating us as a community to embrace disaster preparedness. Ladies and gentlemen, I can go on and on and on, but I think my time is up. Unless there is a specific question, allow me to say thank you for listening, and we'll engage as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yo. We said that even if it's going to take 2 hours, it's better it take most of the time. For our Kenyan delegates, you can now see how Fusak is working behind the scene, and you can see how we are partnered with government to come up with guidelines. For those, I know that's why we did it purposely, to streamline this thing on the YouTube channel, so that people actually know that we are working on the guidelines that will regulate this industry here in Kenya. So when you're going back, remember that the guidelines will be coming very soon. Workshop shall be organized, and already through this forum, he has communicated to most of the Kenyans who are in the industry just to know what is happening within the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I would like, just by a show of hands, I want to see those committee members in the technical committee at Kenya Bureau of Standards. Can you just show your hands? There are 1, 2, 3, 4. All these are in the technical committee. We started last year, and you are still going on because you are now going to the workshop stage. Thank you very much, Dr. Yo, for giving us the guidance and the way of coming up with regulations. If you have one question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. What's that? Mr. Oyo, for the presentation. I think for the committee from Kenya, it's easy for you to get something which has been done already. We did this one in 2005, the Zimbabwe funeral standards with the Standards Association of Zimbabwe. I'm not saying copy and paste, but you don't necessarily have to go to India to go and get something. I think come back to Africa, and I think the president of ASO is a Zimbabwean by the name Eve Gadzikwa. We did it together with her, so it should be very easy for her to help you to do a Kenyan standard. I know you have to tailor-make a Kenyan standard through the Kenya Bureau of Standards. So this has been done already. The wheel is there. You can't keep on reinventing the wheel, but you need to maybe change here and there so that you have a particular user-friendly standard. Thank you.
Yeah, let's put our hands together again, once again, and appreciate the contribution of Daktari Makina. Chair, is there a problem? Sir? Ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate Dr. Otieno Oyo. Kindly please let us put our hands together once again for his contribution. You, in the absence of standards, you have chaos. And when you have chaos, everybody does what they please. And you will not be able to be organized, and you will not be able to go forward in a civilized manner. So we thank you for having taken the time that you took to take us through standards. And at this juncture, I want to, because of time, we just want to rush. I want to ask our brother from South Africa, Ngama Koma, of continental Africa, to come and grace the occasion also. Let us put our hands together as we take the podium. I hope I got your name right. I almost swallowed it again.
Stand up and say, after two top shelf industry leaders, the name of Dr. Magina and Mrs. Nomfundo have given a talk. Master of Ceremonies, Fusak leadership led by Mr. Ezra, leaders of delegations, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, habari. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand here to just greet Africans, especially in this august occasion organized by Fusak, the Kenyan Funeral Association. Thank you, Chief, for spoiling my fun today and bringing me up to the podium, knowing my biggest deficiency, that of being a nerve-wreck. Let me hasten to pass SAFA President Libomunis's apology. He looked forward to this day, but unfortunately coincided with other engagements at SAFA. He has asked me to represent him and share some of the salient features of the industry in South Africa. To understand better the state of the funeral industry in South Africa, I need to step back to some historical realities of my time. There is an island outside Cape Town called Robben Island, and it is now turned into a museum. It was made popular during the times of Mandela's serving time in jail because political leaders were taken to that island to rot. But before that, it was a leper colony, and there was a hospital at the island. If you go to the island now, you will notice that there are two cemeteries at the island, and the guide there made the comment, which is why I played the story, that in South Africa we were separated from womb to tomb. The other cemetery was for black lepers, and the other cemetery was for white lepers. So that's the background of what South Africa is, or was. I mention this because in South Africa you will find that we group ourselves into different organizations in the funeral industry solely because of the historical differences and our past history. We have in the main the South African Funeral Practitioners Association, from where I come from, and other members that are here from South Africa. We have NFPA, which is predominantly white, and we have IFTA, but there are a number of other associations that have now mushroomed. In those associations, we then come together, and because there are industry matters that we must take together, so we come together in what we call Funeral Federation of South Africa, and we come and tackle industry issues that beyond, I'm trying to rush it up so that we just get at least if anybody wants to know anything more, we can give it time. And beyond that, we have membership at Fiat IFTA. Fiat IFTA is an international organization of funeral directors, and it has a seat in the United Nations in Geneva. So it's important to be part of that program. So as the Federation of Funeral Directors in South Africa, we have a presence in that international organization. Dr. Harry, Dr. Chomi are regulars at Fiat IFTA. They have membership of there. You can have associate membership, but you can also have country membership. And one of the things that I'm going to cross-cut, zigzag, one of the things that the Fiat IFTA sought to do was to prescribe a way of having an African association that would then affiliate to Fiat IFTA. More prescribing the way that we should associate as Africans and go to Fiat IFTA, and we rejected that notion. So it is one of the things that we should actually be talking about, how to do more and work together as Africans and as people of this continent, rather than construction from outside. And coming back to the state of the industry in South Africa, at the center of the formation of the South African Funeral Practitioners Association, we had to identify who do we serve. As individual members, we are indebted to the communities, customers, families, and employees we serve. As an organization, we serve individual members, but also all communities, government, and the environment, as the lady did say earlier on. A duty to be protected against unscrupulous individuals in the industry. Ethics became the center of the industry organization. So ethics, as I think everybody before me also mentioned, that ethics become the strongest one, because we want to be sure that nothing is done by this group that is outside the law. The death rate in South Africa stands at now 2022 at 11 for every 1,000 people. The regulatory framework is in silos. The Department of Health regulates premises, Department of Home Affairs, the registration of deaths, municipalities deal with cemeteries, and the Treasury, Department of Finance deals with financial services, which regulate the training, like it was said here earlier, all those I saw here, prepaid funeral plans. By law, if you collect premiums from and advise people to take up policies, you must then underwrite that with an insurance company. And industry players, the insurance companies, and intermediaries, and there's big ones like Old Mutual South Africa and Sanlam. Then there is smaller intermediaries like BrightRock, EGA, and then we have funeral directors that have presence in the many areas, not just restricted to one town or two towns, but that are provincial and national. And I mentioned here groups like Usisnofundo, Teboletu, Apo, Martins, B3. There are three, or I have mentioned three ways of dealing with the streaming money where you take policy to the funeral home, which is underwriting or self-captive, and now there is self-captive, which are the options. In lobbying government on regulation in the death care, we are time from time met with a negative attitude. That we were perceived to be gatekeepers of new entrants in an open economy. That because we are already there, when we talk regulation, we want those people that are not there not to come in. But COVID-19 has proved them wrong, as they will have seen the dangers of trusting in a pandemic untrained and unregulated people in the industry. I am jealous that nations and tribes across the ocean agreed to form the United Kingdom, the European Union, United States of America that time ago. Yet here back at home in the continent, we still struggle to trade with one another. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, Robert Sobukwe, Ali Mazrui, Kwame Nkrumah, A.P. Mda, Frantz Fanon, Kenneth Kaunda, Mokhuze Piro, Tokogara, and many others advocated for the unity of Africa and the emancipation of its people. They left a political legacy. Time and time again, we look out elsewhere as Africans when we search for solutions. Our history is written by other nations, by influence to look down on cultural practices in favor of those that are Eurocentric. Former President of America, William Jefferson Clinton, addressing a joint sitting of Parliament in the Republic of South Africa, said, there was a time when the question was, what can we do for Africa? Now, the question should be, what can we do with Africa? I argue further and say, what can Africans do for themselves? Here we have a great opportunity to unite the continent through principled cooperation. Let us seek solutions for us by us. Embrace and support this vision, and I promise you the other nations will start to respect us. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Yogama. Thank you for even acknowledging our great leaders, our pioneers in this continent. Thank you for your contribution. And ladies and gentlemen, we are behind schedule. We will be breaking for lunch, and then we will make some announcements. We are continuing lunch. We'll make some adjustments here and there, but immediately after lunch we will tell you how the program will be running again. But for the time being, we will take our lunch break and let you know. Thank you very much.